All right, let's see here. Got close to the lows. That 71.50 is important today. That's our support level. And a decent bounce off of that. That was a quad rotation. Sorry, I did not mention that. I was doing I was up to date in my feed there. But that was a nice little quad here. First quad since, first quad here, kind of. 9:30, we had a little divergence set up. But that was our first quad of the day. Let's do a search on Snap. How we doing here? Snap not doing a lot, but hey, not expecting that to do too much yet. Sorry. Well, I'm glad to be here with you guys today. Hope everyone's enjoying themselves. Let's see where. Going to be a little bit more aggressive the next few days on our futures trade. I'm going to just kind of lift up the contract size. It's because it works so well, and we got to just be more aggressive here. So again, you had a little bounce. Let's see what happens here. We got another little bear flag here forming. The first clue to a flag is the breakdown off the 20. When you break down through the 20 and you come back, you get that rotation up, but this stays down here. You're looking at you're looking at a bear flag. Basically your 60-10 is embedded down here. Your 9-3 is rotating up. Your overall trend is down. Most likely you're going to rotate back down and follow the trend. Now I am starting to see, I don't want to jinx anything here, but I am starting to see some reversals here on some of these stocks that I've been waiting for. We're going to see how that Kraft Heinz closes today off of that 22 level. CHD's starting to move up here pretty good. NOC, GD here coming off the lows. Even though the market's down here, bear flagging it.
Yes, 1 minute, 40 to 4 divergence fall. Stage 2 confirmed.
I'm going to call this a bear flag right now. So we almost got up to that 80 level. Let's see here. No position right now on this. I find that the flags are not as great as the divergences, but they are definitely, in the ballpark of, as long as you could take them the right way, buying it, shorting into that strength. Let's see, we get a little pop here, and then we can short into it. KHC starting to move back. Hey, Mike.
Financial Times reported that China to restart exporting jet fuel, diesel, and gasoline. Mostly to Asian countries that are now running dangerously low.
What am I doing here?
China's large state oil companies have applied for export permits to ship fuel in May.
All right. So question is, what's my parameters on the rock bot? Now, let me just take this bear flag here out of that's a nice breakdown there. Nice bear flag. Now, do you see the KHC here busting the move to the upside? You can see some CHD busting the move to the upside. There is a little rotation here into some of those defensive names now. I'll get back to that in a second. I just want to take that off there. All right. So let's take a look at this on the big picture. I'll just kind of go over the bot here for a second. Now, what I would do, you know, what I like to do is just run right now. The default when you launch these, it already has a default in there. Your defaults are probably the same as mine. 2 contracts, 8 ticks, 2 contracts taken off at 10 ticks. Contract 3, 1 tick with no trailing stop. But these, the thing is, these have to always be changed around. What I want people to use the bot for is to get your entries in and then to manage the trade manually. I don't believe that the market's going to be able to, you know, you're going to put in your target price, but you get a 9-3 rotation or something like that, you're not going to get these things out. So, you know, the important part is I keep it at 8. We could actually move this up a little to like 12 instead of 10. I'd rather take 3 off on the first one and take 1 off if you're just holding 5 and then 1 as a trailing. Safety net is off, but like I said, you know how I think the safety net is good. But on the Thunderbird it has a nice little option here to, when you activate it. Oh, let's go back to this. When you activate it, it'll give you a nice little daily P&L up here. I mean, is that if you're running this and you kept those parameters, this would be the results. And it'll tell you how many trades. And now this is running both long and short-sided trades. I prefer to kind of use your understanding that if you're underneath the 200 and you're trending down, it's better to take the shorts, you know, versus if you're in an uptrend, it's better to take the longs and stuff. But every trade, I think, should be managed by your rotation trade here. Now, let's actually push that rotation on here. Let's apply. We don't want to block. Let's get rid of the blocking filter.
2 Iraqi oil officials said Iraq has no plans to leave OPEC or OPEC Plus. A strong group for stable price.
Let's see. See a big difference now that we're taking profits fast. You see, it says $310 now, and that's a big difference. Because what we're doing is I put the safety net on. The safety net on the short, safety net on the long. That means it automatically takes profits when you get down to a level. It'll take it. It'll say safety net short here, then it took the safety net here. It means once it rotates underneath that, it'll take the trade off automatically. So I like using that safety net. But run the Thunderbird V2, and then you can adjust it and see what the parameter and see how the parameters are lining up. Remember, this over here is going to give you all your data. Safety net hit 9 out of 33 times. First target's hit 45% of the time. Second target's hit 12% of the time. Third target, nothing. I mean, that's because your 9-3 is, because your safety net is getting hit. Average trade, biggest trade, profit factor 1.74. And it'll calculate if the trade was successful or not. And you can see most of these are successful. Nothing's perfect, you know. The market, if you run something like this, you do back testing and open, and you back test it into a news item. Of course, it could get to breaking out. That's another reason, you know, I don't like the running it 24/7. I don't mind running it and letting it get you in, and then you manage the trade. Because if you do get in, and it's right at the end of the day or at some news. Here, we just went long here. It just gave us a nice long. It's actually a nice little divergence long there. There it goes, and it just took profit. You see that for 53.75 live action. So it just took the profits right there. Now I didn't. You didn't see the lines because I have it on running on the sim here. That's where it would be right there. Oh, what's going on here? I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. I have to take that off. I had profits on that one. Oh, all right.
More than 70 House Democrat lawmakers urge President Trump to prevent Chinese automakers from building vehicles in the U.S. That in a letter.
All right, you can see a big little divergence here, and you can see a trend line right here also. This is actually a nice setup here. KHC moving. CHD moving. All right, so we move everything off the screen here. Let's move it back over here. Dual full scan, a full screen. All right, should we leave this on? Maybe we'll leave that running on this account here. We just crushed it again. What are we on here? 22. All right, so I'm going to run this live on our and I'll let that run here live.
Headline: Iran is likely to present an updated peace plan soon. That from Bloomberg.
All right, there we go. I like using the big little divergence. It reminds me of Little Bighorn. Custer's Last Stand. Good divergence. President and the King getting together. Let's take a look at that. This should be interesting. Donald Trump trying to shake his hand off his fist. Uh-oh, where is it?
This is an audio test of the DTR News channel.
It froze on me. Froze. Uh-oh. Not good. And there goes the market here.
Elon Musk arrives in Oakland.
We lost the king. Oh, there he is. Having an issue with my feed here today.
S&P futures bouncing here off the lows right now, down about 43, moving.
And why did it bounce? Big divergence.
Report that Iran is likely to present
That wasn't about that.
soon.
What came first, chicken or the egg? KHC here, reversing. Having a little issue with my feed here. I'll get that fixed in a second here. I think it's because I have a lot going on. For the scanner.
DRCT getting a pop here, Delta Romeo Charlie Tango.
I want to have to say, you guys are going to have to watch it on your own. I'm not going to mess with it here. I got too many things up on my screen here, so it's bogging me down. All right. So that's done.
DRCT now up about 30%, $3.15, hit a high of $5 early in the pre-market. Now it's popping here again. Delta Romeo Charlie Tango.
Delta Romeo Charlie Tango. Direct Digital Holdings. A little pop now. Little big pop. Again, watch that KHC. Starting to reverse. Off of that lower trend line, which is what we like. X marks the spot. Just took a couple days to start getting us set up here. That's perfect.
PIPR, Zach's Price Trader, has a buy on PIPR, Papa India, Papa Romeo.
22 range, divergence full. And Q, 22 range, simple divergence
Share is at the
full.
highest now, 89.50, up at $1.40. That's Piper Sandler, Papa India, Papa Romeo. ADBE Adobe blog post on Claude from Anthropic on Claude for creative work mentioned Adobe connecting Claude to creative tools, including Adobe for creativity. That's Alpha Delta Bravo Echo.
All right. Well, we had a nice little move there. Now we have a new channel line here starting to develop from our new channel. And we're going to drag that down here like this. And then we're going to be watching this like this. That's how we do it. Now, it looks like we could rotate back down here. The lows are right underneath us, and we lose that 7150. And I think we're going to do that.
Off here now during the conference call. That's Papa Charlie Alpha Romeo PCAR. PACCAR share is now down about 5.6%.
We have a little lower trend line here. Starting to move up here on the 60-10, just a fast. Just a little look back here. You got that 9.3 get just about oversold. Again, the 60-10 hanging there around 35. Kind of a similar underlying trend line here. We're starting to bounce off of it. KHC showing good strength. CHD, good strength. How did that Upwork ever do, or Fiverr? Didn't Fiverr come out recently? What's this? What is Fiverr? Is that it? All earnings are coming out on that soon. 429. I like that short. Upwork. Same thing. Little cricket action. So we have this 1, 2, 3 channel. We broke down through. We came back, popped it. Now we're kind of holding this. This is actually typically kind of a good level to hold. If we had a 1, 2, 3 channel, we broke down through, came back, tested it, pulled back, got through it. Now we came back, we hold it. This trend line right here, and we're holding it. It's actually part of an X marks the spot zone too, which is this lower trend, this rising trend line. I'm gonna just hang out on this and not go with this. I'm a little scared of that 7150 breakdown, which we're so close to that. And that's the line in the sand for me today. But I'm seeing some strength in some of these other stocks, the CHDs, consumer defensive names, KHC reversing. Even the General Dynamic here, our GD here starting to reverse. Tech is getting hit. Snowflake near the lows. NBIS near the lows. Is that 133? We're going to be looking at that again soon. Snowflake lows. Net here near the lows. Yeah, we have a next kind of a 9-3 rotation to the upside. All right. Lighter up 2 cents, giving something back. Dow is down. Oh, the Nasdaq is down 362 points. The S&P is down 48. The Russell's down 32. Let's turn those charts upside down. We got the Dow up 22, 25, 22 to 20, no, 22, 25. The Dow is up. Market's getting a little bounce. It is holding on to this zone here, which is that's what we need to hold, 7150 today. I don't hear my music. Does the music stop here? Does the music stop? Yes, it did. Let's put some music on here, all right? We'll get a little aggressive today. Microsoft. Hey, you know what? With the market selling off here, Microsoft holding really good. I'll make another call today. I think Microsoft heads higher before the end of the day. I think we can take out the highs here in Microsoft before the end of the day. We're not that far underneath it, 428. The market has pushed back down near the lows. This has been holding sideways. This is what we call relative strength compared to the overall indexes. This is one of the stocks that are holding up pretty good as tech stocks go. See that consolidation here? Well, you can't. Let me move my chart. So here we have the consolidation here in Microsoft. So watch this go. Oh, absolutely. Lou could be a moderator. Absolutely.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
I'm surprised he's not yet. If he wants that responsibility, you know, there's a lot of responsibility being a moderator here. It could get ugly. You could have death threats on you. But I don't know if he can handle that. But I'm going to put him out there. He's
SPLX hitting new highs now. Sandy Bravo Lima X-ray. SPLX shares up about 45% now. President Trump said very certain that correspondence between U.S. and U.K. will continue long into the future. SPLX announced earlier license agreement with Copen. KOPN shares of SPLX hitting new highs now. Right now up about 45% on SPLX.
Has anyone tried the Willie's? What is it called? Willie's something? The Willie's weed beverage. And I see it just totally promoted all over the place, especially on like Facebook and stuff. Everyone's talking. Has anybody tried that? Does it give you a high? Hey, Dokodo. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the site. Question here is, if a price hits a lower channel line and the stochastics are at a quad rotation, do I still wait for the divergence? No, you could take that trade. That's usually a good trade. That's a qualifying trade. You'll probably get a bounce, but sometimes you'll get a pullback then from that bounce and it'll go into a divergence. And if you find that happen and you get stopped out of your first entry because it kind of came back, you jump right back in it. So there's usually a good quad, like here. We kind of, that's hard to say here. This was a nice divergence right here. But if you had just a quad channel line, yeah, absolutely, you buy that. You buy into that. It's delicious. Feels like taking melatonin. Well, I don't take anything. I don't even know what melatonin feels like. But it's supposed to make you sleepy, right? Or relaxed. Just chill and sleeping. All right. And there's no alcohol in it at all. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But you know what? You should always have the 1 minute, 3 minute time frame on your charts, or you have the scanner. So the scanner is going to help you with that. It's going to identify the 3 minute time frame quads. It's going to identify the divergences. But if you can visualize the 1 minute and the 3 minute being set up together, then it just doubles the, it's a much better setup. So always try to keep both time frames that you can. Remember, if you're going to be doing this seriously, you have to have the right tools. So try to invest in a couple monitors so you don't have to keep on dropping it, opening up another screen and trying to figure out where you are in your charts. You always want to have your charts visually available so you can see everything happening. This day and age, you can get monitors super cheap. You can get everything super cheap. So it's just consider that an investment in your future or in your work. This is all right. We were talking about the Willie's weed, or Willie's, whatever that is, weed juice, the weed drink. I see it advertised all over the place. I was like, what company sells that? Because that's talk about promotion. I wonder if that's a publicly traded company. That's a good question to ask my AI. What distributor sells it? Willie Nelson's weed drink, the drink that he's promoting, Willie's weed drink. Is that who puts that out? And is that put out? What distributor puts that out? Is that kind of controlled by a bigger company?
It's Willie's Remedy Plus, the THC-infused seltzers, shots, and spirits Willie Nelson's behind. It's a joint venture between Willie and June Shine Brands, a San Diego company that makes kombucha and canned cocktails. June Shine handles all the manufacturing, sales, marketing, and distribution through their existing beer wholesaler network. It's not controlled by some giant like AB InBev. June Shine is still an independent player, though they just raised $15 million to push it nationwide. So far, it's sold mostly online, with a big retail push happening this year.
Well, you always find out everything. We learn something every day.
You're right. It's cool to see a legend like Willie teaming up with an indie brand like June Shine instead of some corporate giant. Keeps it authentic.
June Shine. June Shine. I like that. June Shine. It's like moonshine. But what's June Shine represent? Is it in June? All right. SBLX. StableX Techno. Oh, look at that. 422. I've seen that number a lot recently. 422. It's a good number. SBLX here. SBLX. Nice pop. This thing has come all the way from, Jesus, where does that thing after split adjusted prices on this? All right, SBLX. Let's get the deal. What's going on with SBLX, stock symbol SBLX? What did they do and what's got them running today?
SBLX is Fabric.ai, formerly StableX Technologies, and before that, AWIRO, the little EV company. They're pivoting hard into AI infrastructure, specifically a new micro-LED optical interconnect chip called Neural I/O that fixes the data bottleneck between GPUs in AI data centers. It's way faster and more energy efficient than copper or laser links. They're partnering with Kopin Corporation, who makes the programmable micro-LEDs, and Kopin's getting almost 20% of the company. They also just announced a $21.5 million raise to fund it. That's what's running it today. Stock's up about 15% on huge volume, trading around $2.90.
No, it's 415
Tomorrow,
now. You're way off. But anyway, I got thank you very much.
Sorry, my numbers were stale. Thanks for the correction.
Yeah, well,
Glad it helped.
Yeah, whatever. All right. So anyway, another company that's pivoting to AI. One day they're a lemonade. Jesus Christ. 1 minute they're a lemonade stand. Next minute they're a crypto company. Now they're an AI company. Go figure. DMT. I've heard of DMT. Isn't that kind of dangerous, though?
CYCU popping here at the highs of the day now. Charlie Yankee, Charlie uniform.
CYCU. All right. This one's starting to move a bit. CYCU. This is an interesting one. Let's go in here. CYCU. All right, we're right on that 7150 era. Big level today. Big level. We break down through it. We could see some pretty decent selling.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
If you look at your trade notes for today on your scanner, you will see some of the levels underneath that if we do break down through that. All right, we're breaking down here.
And Q, 22 range, divergence full. And Q, 22 range, simple divergence full.
Not yet. Yeah, not yet on the tractor. Yeah, that was, you know what? Didn't Paul mention something like that? They grabbed the aliens.gov website, probably because they were going to release some of the some of the old time stuff here on aliens over the years. I guess the sealed sealed stuff. I don't know. All right, anyway, I do know one thing. I have that thing activated on my script, and we just got a trigger. I just got a trigger on my script here on the Thunderbird. So you can see we started to get a little pop on that. And this is where I manage it. I said maybe I won't get the target, but you will get originally. You will get a little bounce. Now we're underneath. We're right on that 7150. That's what I don't like. They're hanging here. We do have a trigger on a divergence. It is moving a little higher. Do we want to take it off, or do we want the bot to continue to ride it? All right, that's the big question here. This is why I always stress. I feel like I could always lock in profits. If we take a trade right on support and we can break through support, and it looks like we could, then I tend to hold off of that. But this order just traded automatically, so we're in it. All right, took profits there. Now it has two. Well, actually, we'll take the profits off of that.
YM, 1 minute, quad rotation sell signal. YM, 1 minute, quad rotation sell signal.
If you take your trade off early, lots of times it'll deactivate the script, so you have to make sure your script continues to be active. All right. Do we have a little lipper here? Let's say not yet. No, we don't. But we're approaching a quad. And there is that retracement here, but we're underneath our support line. So we start breaking down here and picking up momentum to the downside. I think you got to be the bias has to be to the downside. But we are going to enter our quad here. But let's get the alerts out here for everyone. And again, if you're not in front of your computers, you want these alerts here, head over to the patreon.com/DayTraderRadio to get your future trade alerts here. All right, the time is 11:36 a.m. We've rotated back down. Our last alert that went out was spot on. It had a nice little bounce off of that. Since then, we pushed up against the VWAP. And then we rotated all the way back down. Now we're back down to that 7150, which is a major support level. And yes, we do have a little lip divergence here forming here at 7150. Maybe we get a little upside here. Just about entering our quad rotation zone. I would say give or take a few minutes at this point. So we're in the right area, right place, right time for maybe something to happen here. Let me get this out here. I'm trying to get it out first before I even take the trades, but shit. There's the pop there. There's the pop. And who called that earlier? There's the lip. So you really want to see the double bottom there and a higher rotation here. So it was a good call on that.
KOPN open, new popular newsletter pick.
Nice going, Jimmy. So you had a little quad and a little lip, which makes it a high probability trade zone. and a really good one. But it actually gave you a nice pop. Remember, anytime you get a divergence, and there's a pattern that the divergence is in, and channels take the form of, you could break these things down under a microscope. You got the big channel, then you have the smaller channels inside then, and if you went to a tick chart, you have smaller channels in there. But if you have a downward little channel here and you have a little lip divergence, you're going to break out of the channel. That's all you want to do. That's as far as the trade's going to go. A lot of times, you're just looking for a break of the pivot, and you got to be in and out on the 1 minute time frame. If your 5 minutes is set up, which the 60-10 telling us it is, you do have a reason to kind of maybe put your stop under here and kind of let the maybe take some profits and let the rest ride. But I find taking your profits is always the best thing. Tractor supply here, slowly moving up.
CNC Centene up 10% now at the highs 47.9 after their better than expected report earlier.
It's a little sloppy here, so we're going to open this up a bit. Ah.
YM, 1 minute, 40 to 4 divergence pair. Stage 2 confirmed.
Doesn't look bad here, actually. SMCS. RJ, for some reason, the Pro Scanner does not remain in real time. It just stays there where it was when I opened it. Any suggestions? It's not moving for you, or you just don't hear anything? Make sure your audio is on. When you start it up, you have to make it defaults to audio off. Maybe you have to close the let me see.
Gold, 1 minute, quad rotation system arm for sell.
Anybody seeing that same thing? Even the clock at the top remains the same. Where's the clock at the top? Oh, 11:43. Huh. Shit. Let's reset it. Did you reset it? Let's reset it. Let me see. All right, let me see. Maybe we want to find the issue here.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Quad rotation framework is time a core variable like section-based modules are just contextual factor that improves the odds of each phase playing out. Let's make sure it's running properly here. $145.43. I did do some updates on it yesterday, so maybe it did something. I have to look at it closer. There's some things that are missing from it. I gotta take a look at that.
And Q, 22 range, divergence roll.
EA DSY Airbus backs 2026 view, expects to deliver about 870 commercial aircraft in 2026.
All right, race car. Yeah. No, I think it's working fine. I'll keep an eye on it. I didn't realize I did some updates on it yesterday. I don't know if it knocked something off. I do see that my economic indicators are not there. We'll fix that if we can. Teledoc little pop. The
And now reversing higher AES 1 for Alpha Delta Sandy Yankee.
what it is, what the scanner is doing, it's running.
Boeing dipping to the lows.
It's running all my scripts internally and giving us the signals on the scanner. So it's looking for divergences, looking for quad rotations, everything that I point out and program into the scripts. It's running behind the scenes, and it's going to give us multiple time frame divergences and quad rotations. It'll track it on it's going to track quad rotations on the 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute across all indexes. And then it's going to track divergences on 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute against all indexes. And then it's going to track the 1 minute and 3 minute combinations, and the 1 minute and 5 minute and the 3 minute and 5 minute, all of them combined. That means if we have divergences on 2 time frames, it's going to alert you to that. And that's what we really want. You know, we want to know when those higher probability, we don't want to miss anything. You know, this is the key, is not missing these setups. So this scanner is built so we don't miss a different time frame. It's easy enough to watch that one time frame, the 1 minute time frame. I like to watch, and we kind of keep things active here. Could be boring if it wasn't. We were looking at the 5 minute chart and waiting for 5 minutes to go by to make a candle. We'd have a pretty boring day. But the 1 minute is just a little bit more active. Not that you have to trade the 1 minute, but it kind of keeps us busy and kind of analyze the market in real time. But the scanner is always going to be monitoring all the time frames. So it'll come out and say, all right, 3 minute divergence, or a 3 minute buy signal, or a sell signal, or a dual divergence. It will tell you, or the flag setup will tell you a bull bear flag, which we haven't seen any of those yet today. I haven't seen any. But I will take a look at the, I'll take a look at that script here. But it shouldn't be, all right, we'll have to look at it. I think, it's always something to work. It's always something. Is the president coming up, bleeding cash? $11.50. It has the time right. It just doesn't tick. I want to look into it. All right. RCAT, yeah. All right, getting oversold here. You see the last 4 days? So let's take a look at some other drone plays. The last 4 days on AVAV, AeroVironment pulling back. And what was the other one here? NDS. There's some other ones. I think we just got that, got a stale market on these. I could always point out the really good setups, the 1, 2, 3 channels, the setups. This, that's what we call a 200 EMA breakdown channel line bounce, when we have a channel that comes on that the 200 cuts through it. It's kind of similar back here. So I'd rather be on top of that. Like, let me know when that has happened. I'd feel much better about that stock. because that's something that I know really works good. When you have a 200 period moving average going to a downward channel, we come down to the lower channel line, and it's usually a good bounce zone. So as it get down there, we're oversold. So I would say, there's definitely a good shot that we bounce back up here now. Yeah, over trading, being treating this as a casino is definitely an issue for most people.
Wide rotation by signal.
So NQ 1 minute. Did I just see NQ buy signal 1 minute? Hey, screen tan. Oh no, who had the problem with it? RJ? Did you get an NQ pop up? Who got an NQ pop up on the screen there? Did anybody get an NQ pop up tab on the screen there? Yes, me. All right, so that's good, right? So that's what we wanted. I did not get one. You did not get an NQ. Did you restart your scanner? You said yes, me DTR. Oh, yes, me DTR. All right, I got you. Well, I just got an update scan and an alert on the scanner as a NASDAQ setup. Did you guys refresh your scanners, do a Control Shift R, and get the latest updates? Why am I getting it? Trader Tim, you got one? I would like to know if someone got them. I should send out alerts to refresh your browsers in the morning so you get the new updated thing. I would do that every day because I'm always working on it. And maybe that might have been the issue. Tractor here starting to move back up a little. It's an interesting little candle that we just had a breakdown on. Am I long or short here? Why am I long? Let me reverse this. I think we're going to reverse this. We got a little pop coming here. See that little candlestick that dropped here? That was a fast little flush there, a little sneaky candle. All right, traders. This is coming through the scanner. I just want to test the scanner. Remember, each morning you should come in and just kind of refresh the scanner because I do work on it each night and upgrade it. So sometimes you need to clear the cookies, clear the cache, re-sign in so you get the latest version. So just want to remind you that. That should have came across on your scanners. Did that come across on your scanner? Came across on mine. Fine. So Dane, it came across Dane's scanner. All right. All right. So we just have an NQ buy signal here. NQ buy signal. Let's take a look at that.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
And Q 22 range divergence fair.
Benzinga market update to the 12 noon. S&P futures down 54. The Dow futures up 52. Nasdaq down 398. Crude is up 350 at $99.88.
All right, there you go.
96.70 at 45.97. Bitcoin futures down 825 at 76,365.
So we had an NQ buy signal, which was a little divergence here, and you can see it here. We have a 5-minute little divergence here on the NQ. You have a low, lower low, higher low, just slightly higher low, and it's quad. So yeah, let's see if we get a little further move here on this. We do have a little divergence here, and again, I could confirm my scanner identified that. Let's see. It's a bigger time frame, but let's go back. Let's go, baby. And when you have that super buy here, it'll tell you the stop to put in and stuff here. Oh, where's my charts? All right, there it is. I'm going to take that trade anyway. I'm going to take that off right there. So we got a pop on this. And this is a nice divergence, too. That little candle back here. Oh, great, RJ. Thanks for the feedback, though. So that was a nice little setup there, too. Yeah. Remember, what did we talk about earlier today? What's going to move higher? What was our pick for moving higher today? Said we're going to pop out of this Microsoft consolidation because it's showing good relative strength as the market was making lows. If the market's making lows and something's going sideways like a Microsoft, the first bounce on the market is going to rip this higher. So there it is, Microsoft here doing what it needs to do. like a champ. Like a champ there. Take care, Dokodo. Dokodo. So what's the story behind that? It sounds I don't know if it sounds Japanese or does it sound like a exotic bird? I always like to know people's screen names and what they mean. Have a good one. Well, LiDAR actually had a nice move earlier. I mean, that was actually quite a nice move on LiDAR this morning. That was giving back all those gains that you had this morning. The Lonely Samurai Journey to Mastery. That's cool. No, that's great. I like that. I'm a big fan of the samurai. And the samurai code. Bushido. Is that the samurai code? Bushido. Should watch the Seven Samurai. It's a great movie. All right, that was a nice setup there.
According to reporting by the Financial Times, top European Union trade official Sabine Wayan has departed from her position in protest over the EU's hastily agreed trade deal with President Donald Trump.
Yeah, resign. Get out of here.
Wayan is expected to be replaced by
Kelly Rogers. Kelly, you're out there. I got your email. It's just hard for me to get to these emails during the day. Let me fix you up here. Hopefully you hear me. Let me know if you hear me. I'll try to get you set up here. Have no fear. Johnny's here. Kelly here. I'm desperate here. I tried yesterday to get help. I know you're busy. Do you have my ID on NinjaTrader here? Let's see. Oh, yeah. I got that. I'm going to do that right now. All right, hold on. Give me a second on this.
NVIDIA announcing it is introducing its Nemotron 3 Nano Omni model, which is intended to make AI agents more efficient. The new model will be available starting April 28th on various platforms. That's NVIDIA, NVDA, November, Victor, Delta, Alpha.
Oh my God, look at all these. Dowie didn't do any of these today.
High Trend International shares are continuing their downward pullback after yesterday's spike above $50 per share.
So K Rogers. Let me see if I can find that.
Per share, down almost 70% on the day. That's High Trend International.
K Rogers.
CEO Kilo Tango Charlie Oscar. K-Force shares are also on the rise, reaching their highest bids in almost a year, trading near $45.50 per share, up 42% on the day. That's K-Force KFRC, Kilo Foxtrot Romeo Charlie.
He didn't do any of these. Fire, Dowie. Mm-hmm.
LBGJ regains compliance with NASDAQ minimum bid price requirement. Lima Bravo Golf Juliet, LBGJ.
All right, what am I looking at here? I'm not seeing anything from Kelly and the Voxer. Let me put her email in here.
KOPN, Copin hitting 441 at the high right now, up about 17% on that newsletter mentioned, and also that deal this morning with the SPLX, that's Kilo Oscar Papa November.
Hey, Kelly. All right. You're a Ninja Trader. The Ninja Trader is activated. Try your Ninja Trader. But I cannot find your Voxer username in the Voxer network. Are you sure your Voxer name is correct?
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Teledoc here at 595. Because you have K. What do you have here? Because that's wrong. I mean, it's not in the system, so I got to figure out what that is. I put your email in there and it didn't show up either. K Roger Cloud iCloud. But I have you down as Kelly Raj 1. Kelly Raj 1, and it's not showing up in the Voxer network. So you have that wrong on in the app thing. All right, let me see if I could set that up for you. That's probably why you didn't get on the Voxer. Are you connected to the Voxer? I still don't see it. Kelly, your Voxer name, I still don't. It's not showing up. It's not a bad short here. Can you find me on your Voxer and send me a note so I can see what your name is? Just do a search for DayTraderRockStar. One word, DayTraderRockStar. Teledoc here, looking good. Teledoc is sneaking up here. KHC, a little reversal, like we said earlier. Kelly Rog. Screen 10. You pregnant again? Oh, no. But your Ninja Trader is set up here, dude. Your ID is turned on. So at least we got that taken care of. I will. All right, let's see here, Kelly. Hey, Roger, 5772. It is that. That's interesting.
And Q, 22 range, divergence fair.
For some reason. It's so messed up here. I don't see it. Kelly, I'm going to have to open up the Voxer and clean up some of the. I have to figure out why you're not being added properly. I did find your name, but I have to do something with it. It's going to take me. So don't worry about the Voxer. I'll have that set up before the end of the day. Your Ninja Trader's active though. Yeah, VRT is good. Tractor here starting to move up here a little. So watch for those reversals. Teledoc seems to be gaining some momentum. I have to take a little lunch here, though. I'm getting a little hungry. I haven't eaten in days. We're going to take a little lunch here. Sorry for the delay on that. I know it could get frustrating if I don't hear it. Catch me at a bad time on the weekends, and then Monday I didn't catch it. So. But the best thing to do is jump in that room. If you get in the room, you got me. 100%. I'll try to be more on that. All right, let's take a little lunch here as we get into the lunchtime hour. All right, let's do that. I'll leave. Do I have something here running? It might be running here. Maybe we'll leave the script running here. We'll leave it running here. Oh my God, what the hell's going on there? I don't. It's too much going on there. Actually, you can't read anything. Let me get this off here. Nike. All right, I'm going to pull away here. I'll be back. We're back. Let's do it. SMCI little pop. We got it. Some things moving here. And we're chopping right around where we left off here. Thanks for the break. All right, we're up against that 200 period moving average again, I see.
On Q, 22 range, divergence fair.
All right. All right. Got a little short on here. We got the VWAP right above us. Remember that 7150 was our line in the sand today, and you can see how we held on to that. This is such a good level to watch. We fought. You can see it right here. 7150. We fought on this level multiple times. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Now I got a little bounce off of it. Might have a setup here coming up. FF5E first. Sorry, FF5E. Let's take a look at it. Oops. FF5E here. Well, which ones we were looking? I was looking at one yesterday with a perfect bull flag. It was a perfect bull flag. It was some really nice ones we were looking at. I thought I wrote them down. Maybe I didn't. Let's see if I can find them. Where's my here? My notes. So the FF5V, we're looking at a stair-stepping process on the daily, getting oversold, popping. Holding the 200, a little pullback. I haven't traded this one in a while. I mean, this thing's been around forever. Of course, we like to have the momentum on your side. Right now, the momentum's to the downside. Remember, the same thing we do on the 1 minute time frame, how easy it is just to capture things and go with your stochastics pushing higher. The same thing on the longer time frame. So we had that little pullback, almost oversold, but again, not really pushing up. Like to get that momentum shifted a little and this pushing higher. That VWAP is coming up here. Gotta look at that as a short or at least a target. Let's take a look at the NBIS. NBIS here. Let me see if I can find my flags here. This is not a bad pullback. What was the one we were looking at yesterday? Let me see if I have it. Huh. And I was tired before. All right, let's look at our earnings today, by the way. All right, today being Tuesday, we got Robinhood after the close. A lot of people looking at this one. Robinhood, a nice little pullback. I'm not trading this into earnings or anything, but Robinhood is what it is. What did scalper like this one? I have this circled up here. I don't know why. Maybe it's down here. I don't know why that's like that. We got Bloom Energy, BE. This has been acting really good. We got Seagate, STX.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
We got Visa. We got Enphase, the solar, ENPH. Not my favorite, but NXPI. T-Mobile, we have Booking Holdings, F5 Networks, FF5E. That's just the one we just looked at. Earnings out on that one. After the close, the FF5E has earnings. Probably know that coming out. It's a hard one to gauge. Earnings are, the crapshoot. Really, Starbucks, SBUX. Got another crapshoot in there. Mondelez, MDLZ, First Energy. A lot of names after the close. Lots and lots of names. Lots and lots and lots of names. Tomorrow we have a lot of earnings tomorrow, and NVIDIA is not for a while. NVIDIA is May 20th. May 20th on NVIDIA. But we do have a lot of earnings tomorrow. Tomorrow's a big day. Let's go out to, I'll just tell you, we're just going to read them off. Thursday too. But tomorrow, after the close, we have Microsoft tomorrow after the close. Let me bring these over here. Take a look at this. Look at this group. Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Alphabet, Qualcomm. Look at these. Look at this group. Plus, tomorrow we have the FOMC rate decision meeting. We have Wednesday is the biggest day of the week, by far, in a long time. Combination of all different things. CMG, Chipotle, Ford Motor Company, Carvana, Qualcomm. You name it, it's coming out. Aflac. Quantum, let's take a look at some of the quantum names. Quantum Biopharma, it's not a quantum stock, but Quantum Biopharma, 512.
Yes. 1 minute. Quad rotation sell signal.
All right, this is our first pullback here. We could get a flag set up here, so keep an eye on the flag setup. That's what our scalper is doing. Our hyper scalper is looking for those flags, and those flags are those fast little pullbacks to the 20. Get a rotation back here, but these stay embedded up here, which we're starting to see. So that looks like a little flag that's starting to develop here. I'm not gonna die. All right, watch for this flag. Yeah, no problem. So I could do that, no problem. I'll do that after the close. Also, if you guys have any suggestions for the scanner, you want something you think there might be a great an addition to the scanner, something that could help, let me know. I have no problem doing it if it fits the vibe and everything. You know, if it's not too much, but I can do. I did do the pop out for the vortex flow. I did the pop out for the hyperscaler. Now the vortex flow you can pop out. I was going to do the pre-market poppers and the key levels yesterday, but I didn't. I said, well, you know, but you know what? If that's what you want, it's not hard to do. I could do that, no problem. Yeah, the vortex and the hyperscalper. Well, consider the hyperscalper really short term. It's really a short term, fast setup. That's why it's called a hyperscalper. It's more of, and it really concentrates on the 9-3 rotation and making sure that you're in, you know, that you're trading with the 9-3 on your side. So it's kind of giving you that 9-3 setup, where the vortex flow is kind of a combination thing. The vortex flow is more of a formula I've been building out. That's based off some of the other indicators, and I want to, you know, work on that vortex a little bit more, because it's not, they're not equal. They're not, you know, one's much faster as a scalper, and the same thing, you know, you can have a move up in the markets like this right here, and you could have a nice pullback. So you can have a bullish trend, but you could have a, like the market pulling back a little, and then, but it's pulling back into a, you know, into a bull flag. So the bigger picture is bullish, maybe the short-term picture is bearish, and you can get opposites based off the different time frames. Do you send me a private message? I don't usually see those. Let me see. Oh yeah, I see you now. Again, the best thing to do is let me know if you do send me a private message, because I don't have them in front of me. Yeah, the price is Ritol. New member of the monthly subscriber news 5/1 May for. I want to upgrade to a lifetime. The prices have gone up. They have. Trial for the lifetime price, DTR 700. All right, I'll honor that for you, Ritol. I'm going to make you a new coupon. All right, I'll make you a coupon right now to adjust that. Don't let anybody know. Market overbought. We need that ballroom. Let me get that set up for you. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let me text you for a second here. Hold on. I want to try to find your account here and see what you have. I'm gonna restart my I gotta restart my Medved trader here because it's starting to bog down on me a little. General Dynamics, nice pop though. A little on that, a little pop on the GD. I'll get that coupon in a second here. Just I'm just gonna move this down here for now until I restart my till we restart. Now it looks like a little possible divergence here, but it's not a real pure divergence, still underneath that high. But we are starting to kind of pull back a little. You see that stochastic rolling over a bit. All right, market here right up against the. All right, I want to switch this up here. Anybody out there use the Medved or quote tracker? I mean Medved Trader. There's a good little trick to make that perform really good. If it ever bogs down because you have too many symbols on it, you could delete some
This
things.
is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
I'm going to try to delete those. Let's get this thing going for me. All right, I got your coupon there, Riddle. I'll put it in the room, in the main room here. All right, let's keep it. I just realized we kind of getting a little crazy in the room. Let's keep it politics down a little today. Let's not get mean in the room. No mean. No, let's not get. Let's not do some of those terminologies and words. John's admin in there. He will. If you guys do some. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to fix something here. I'm a little distracted. But let's clean it up in the room. John will, or I will. Put you guys in timeout. Let's just keep it good. Let's not get crazy here. All right. All right, marketing here looking good. All right, so what was I just doing here? Oh, I need to do this. All right, I'm going to post a coupon in the room. The coupon's active just today. All right, some people asked me for it. I'm not going to give it to one person, not give everyone the opportunity to get it, but it's just going to be active today. Because we did raise prices, and I told people I wouldn't go back on it, but I did promise him, and it's kind of a thing. So the DTR 900 right here, DTR 900. If you apply that to the lifetime membership, we'll take $900 off to $1,800 and bring it back down to $999.95. One-time coupon there. That way, as everyone's caught up, you could take it. Like I said, it's normally $1,899. That takes $900 off. It brings it back to the original pre-raised price of $999.95. Takes $900 off. So that's the net. That's your opportunity right there. If you're in the room, or if you even heard that somewhere out there in the universe, that's your one-time opportunity. Absolutely, Lou. We got some good people. They're good experienced traders. Been with us for 20 years. God, it's a long time. Most of us have been here longer than we've been married. This is our marriage. Let me know if you have any trouble with that coupon. And don't forget, if you cancel your old account, cancel your old membership after you sign up. That way you don't get rebilled on two. And if you did that through PayPal or something like that, then you have to go through your PayPal. If you did it through Stripe, you could cancel right in your profile zone. But I could help you with that. Just let me know. Just email me, and I could take care of that tonight. Marketing are pushing. Let me get my other thing here. So you guys are taking care of there, and then we're going to. One thing I got to do here is I'm going to clean my I don't like doing that. So if you go to your if you have the Medved Trader, if you go to your local desk, the Medved Trader, if you go to your app data, it's usually under your username that you're using. Find app data. If you click on app data, go to local, and then you see 2GK, or just do a search for 2GK. That's what the Medved Trader is under. This is just going out to anybody who has the Medved Trader. Double click on that. You'll see the Medved Trader box in there, the folder. Open that up and go to S Data Bin. Now that contains all your cached data that builds up, all your quotes and stuff and everything. What Jerry told me, Jerry's the owner and creator of Medved and Quote Tracker. He told me whenever you start to bog down, go in there and delete that file. And you delete that, it'll give you a pop-up. You just delete it. All right, and it's gonna clear out all the junk, and then you restart Medved as you normally would, and you're gonna see it just start up really, really fast. It'll start up and it'll you're gonna have to backfill all the everything. I want to get rid of that. All right, let's move this over here. What is today? There it comes. Everything's coming back online here. A little breakdown here. I might take that short here, actually.
And 22 range. Divergence pairs.
Now you get this back up here. What I would do here is, whenever you want, you can just right click and you can backfill everything. I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna have to clean this up today. I know that. Pork bellies. No, I never did trade pork bellies. What the hell is going on here? Oh my phone is gone. I don't know why this is bogging down on me today. Remember, we usually get through that VWAP, and then we come back underneath it. So this looks like it's actually kind of a good short here. Believe it or not, we tend to kind of go through that VWAP, and we go up to, remember we talked about this earlier? We go up to, if there's a trend line above it, this is exactly what happened back here. We talked about it right at 9:30. I said, watch for the push through the VWAP, and then it'll start coming back underneath it. It pushes through the VWAP. We're in the same situation right here. We just pushed through the VWAP, and now we'll probably come back underneath it, rotate around it, chop around it. SMCI looks good down here. We're above the 200, above the VWAP right now. Let's see if we actually break back down underneath that. I have no...
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
ES 1 minute. Hyperscaler long setup possible bull flag.
All right, so you see the hyperscaler coming in as we kind of hold above that 780. Well, it's right around 75, but we had that fast rotation. So if we're holding above that 50, we kind of flag that out. That's what the hyperscaler is trying to tell you, that we have a potential bull flag here. I'm still have that, still like that short here though. President Trump says German Chancellor Friedrich Merz thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Yeah. I did see he made some negative, Frederick, I did see they made some negative comments against Trump, saying that Iran was making a fool of the United States. I noticed that.
And Q. 1 minute. Quad rotation cell signal.
You know what's been hanging down here for such a long time is Disney. Now, I got rid of my Disney. Did I get rid of Disney? I think I got rid of Disney. I'm just cleaning up my charts here. That's what I'm doing right now in the background. That's why I'm not really talking here. I'm just going through all my symbols. I have like 200 symbols on here, which is overwhelming. It takes a lot of resources. All right. I weeded those out a lot. We're going to do one more restart here so it saves it. And then we're going. All right. So we're going to take this. stuck. A kid just bought a season pass to Disney. How much are season passes these days for Disney? I remember if you're down in Florida, you get a discount. I used to have one when I moved down there. I said, "Oh, I'll get a Disney pass." It wasn't that bad. I figured, let's see, when you go to Disney these days, you're paying like I'm guessing over $100 a kid, right, for a ticket. $120 maybe, $140. I want to take those profits right here. And then we're going to bring up those charts again here. Now we should be back up and running here good. Well, all right, there we go. Everything's back up. We just took that profit off of that pullback. Remember, that was that VWAP up there, a little bit above the VWAP. I like trading that little above the VWAP because we always come back underneath it. Wow, 4 tickets to the soccer sold for $2 million. God damn. Could an average person get tickets early and then scalp them? Like, you know how they used to do is buy the tickets and then then you sell them on a second market, like a secondary market. If you know a big event like that's coming to your town or something that people are going to be parking. Remember, you ever go down to the shore and there's no parking? You could go to people's houses and they have signs out there, park here, $10 or $20. And people are just parking their cars on people's lawns and stuff. And they're making a ton of money on the weekends because they're close to the shore and they have a lot next to their house and kids there sitting there in a chair with an umbrella, taking $20 a car. If you could time a big event, man, and you had a couple, like, buy up the real estate around that, and then the Airbnbs. He says he still has his mom's house in Queens. I don't know if he still has his mom. Yeah, that's can't get out of this. Can't get out of this alive these days. All right, let's go. A lot of red on the screen. 87. That's a good age. All right, let's take a look at some stocks here now. Now I'm all back organized here. Let's take a look at GFS. Remember this one, GFS here, Global Foundries. This has been slowly drifting up. It's actually at the highs of the day right now. We're gonna look at the daily on this. Nice little bull flag, kind of a flag. It is what it is. But we're going to look at Disney. And I look at Disney going back to 2023, going back the last 3 years, and we've been in this range, not a bad range. We'll call it a 30-point range, back and forth, up to 130, back down to 100, up to 130, back down to around 100, back up to 125, back down to 100, back up to 130, back down to 110, and then drop back down to 100. What a boring stock. Used to be a great stock. Oh, get your kid some Disney, but it's not making you any money.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Anybody have any beach houses down in Jersey? Actually, my family's looking to get one this year. We usually get one every year, but I don't know if we didn't look yet. XE pushing here. XE on the move. XE on the move. XE Energy. Seaside Heights area. We usually take. Yeah, not a big fan of the Disney here. Let's take a look at the SPX, the SPY. Just a little updated here, and this is the daily on this. You can see there's a little down day today. 5-minute chart, really not much here to go by today. Really, we do good trade in the futures. There's a couple 5-minute. This is on the 5-minute. Couple 5-minute oversold levels, which would be the 60 period on the would be 60, but right before 12 o'clock, right before 11 o'clock, right before 12 o'clock, possibly a little before 1 o'clock. All right. So again, right before 11 o'clock, right before 12 o'clock, and right before 1 o'clock. Let's take a look at that. So right here, right before 11 o'clock, you had the quad rotation right here. And it was a little divergence right here. And then right before 12 o'clock, there was one here. And I had a nice little move up. It was a little sloppy. But overall, I mean, you get through that slop, you got a directional trade to the upside. And then what do we say here? Right before this other one, right before 1 o'clock. And that was the big low here. And there was a nice double bottom there. And a 5-minute divergence. And this is where we are right now. All right. Let's see here. Pesky here. PSKY. $10. That's been going nowhere. Oh, up to 156 on that, which is good. $134. Fat Pipe, a little pop here on Fat Pipe, FATN, not much. I wouldn't put too much behind it. There is a little volume behind it, FATN, if we'll sneak around on that one. Meta, starting to climb back up. Time is it here? 2:51. Almost coming up to the last hour before we have a big earnings day. Anybody holding anything into earnings? Anybody holding the Robinhood? Some other ones? Become a legend. Let's see what you're holding here. It's a good sign that we're holding the 7150 level. That's for sure. It's a good sign. BB's holding hood calls. Hood calls. All right. Let's see what else again. We'll take a look one more time at the earnings. So Netflix here, finally catching a little action here. We've been watching Netflix for a while. And, let's take a look at NFLX. This could be a sign of a reversal, too. It's been in that 5 to 7 day pullback. We circled it yesterday because it was our 7th day on the pullback. And this is when we typically see these things bounce. After earnings on a gap down, it takes 5 to 7 days to get the selling out. Then we start to see it reverse. Well, what do you see here now? It is starting to reverse here on the 8th day, actually near the highs. This is not bad. It's oversold. Dealer's choice there. If you want to get in, that's your choice. Does look a little better here. Let's take a look at the hood here. HOOD. It's hard to say. I mean, I don't trade. I don't have hood. I never had a hood count. Now we're back into back above that VWAP. Definitely holding above the 200. Things are looking better. Problem with the options there, it's like we could take a good trade on this and expect probably a pop and drop on this. That might be worth taking a trade on the hood. But you got to put your order when you get in. You got to put your order, put your sell order in as a limit order that could be activated after hours. And then, you're going to get that volatility coming. Usually you're going to get a pop. If you usually get that pop, then you get that drop. If you get the drop, some cases you get that pop. But most likely, if you get that pop, you get the drop. It's just usually a fake out. So if you're thinking it's going down, go long, but put a sell order in just a couple points higher, or maybe depending on what the stock looks like. But, depending on that, and you're going to get that fast pop, and then it's going to pull back down, and happens all the time. They sucker these traders in here. That's how they do it. Other thing I like to do sometimes, I do this a lot. If I'm in my options and I get a pop, and she's just like, oh man, I said, now that's going to, I want to get out. I want to get out of my options. I got the pop, and I'm afraid it's going to sell off, and it kind of drifts back, and you can't do anything about it. So you have your calls in that, and it pops. Try to short some common share. That kind of locks in your profits or equalizes your profits on that. That way, if it does pull back, you're making money in the short, even though you're giving back some of it on the calls, but you kind of lock in your levels at the highs. You're thinking of taking the Cheesecake Factory, taking the cake, or taking the cheesecake? Looks pretty good, man. Earnings back here dropped. Earnings here dropped. Earnings here kind of popped. Yeah, it's hard to do that too. All right. God damn.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
All right, NOC here, 575. JD, 311. Come on. That was a good flag back here, which was identified on the scanner as a bull flag earlier. Probably had another one here. Going to make that even better. That indicator is going to be even better. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that strategy we're talking about before on hood. I'm going to take the hood trade, and we're going to put an order in to try to capture some profits on that. Tractor Supply Company. What a dog that is. What a dog. I thought Loudy lived in like the Dominican Republic or something. Adma, a little pop here, a little volume spike on ADMA. Market basket. Don't be writing that in the room there. Dawid will see that and he'll be down there. All right. Here we have a huge trend line. Huge trend line right here. This is a big trend line from over let's see if we could get through this. We're at 3 o'clock into the 3 o'clock hour. We're starting to rally. Let's take a little short here. Market's been pretty strong. We're up against the next marks the spot zone. I mean, we could go a little higher. If we do, I'll throw another contract in there. Dawid lives with his brother in Nyack, up the road, up the hill. King Charles is going to be delivering a historic address to the. Anybody have that? Anybody want to? Let's see what that's about. When we left your damn country, when we broke free, beat you. We beat you like a stray dog. Dare you? Aren't you lucky? Yes. Oh, sorry, guys. I got to fire it up here. You guys hear this okay? All right. King Charles on Discord now? Get off of Discord. Oh. People liking this guy. They're liking him. They're liking him. What is he talking about?
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Do you guys see? All right. I want to turn this down for a second. Do you guys see that trade and why we took that trade? All right. You have that upper trend line. This is called a trapdoor trend line. Trapdoor trend lines. You have two trend lines. You have one trend line that's coming down. You have the one above it. What happens? The trapdoor goes above it, catches the top one, and then rotates back down. So you have that short on there. It's good, looking good now.
ES 1 minute. Hyperscaler long setup possible bull flag.
So you got a possible bull flag here, and that's what the scanner's telling us right now. People weren't sure if they should laugh at that one. I'm serious about this, people. You got to be serious about it. You got to take those trades. I'm going to take this off. So look at the trades here. We buy into the quad rotation. You sell on the pullback. Buy into the quad, sell back, sell off. He's a comedian today, huh? We'll put this back on for you. Magna Carta. I knew it would come into handy one day. I knew I'd learn that would come around. I think that was a dig on Trump. All right. I did trade. I put a trade in the box there. If you didn't hear, I did take a trade for the earnings today. All the information's in the trade alert box. All right. What did you say? Hi, Dane. Sounds good. I'm going to take another short here. Just kind of retest that trend line. I'm just standing up a second. You guys listen to this. I'll be right there. And this is a historical speech here. It's pretty cool. You got to hear the king speak. You don't get to hear that too often. It's good to hear him. Think about all the people going about their lives, not even realizing what's going on. They don't get to experience this or even take an interest in this. Yeah, I just heard King say, yes, we're going to ramp up our military spending. I was going to hope he was going to announce a big contract for Northrop Grumman. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to keep that short on here while I just get up here.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
ES 1 minute. Hyperscaler long setup.
ES 1 minute.
Bull flag.
Hyperscaler long setup possible bull flag.
Oh, a little drop here.
County the 76.
All right, the 9.3 is oversold. You're going to get a bounce here. So it's up to you to take that profit if you want it, or the rest is gambling. Build it up. Build it up. All right, I'll be right there with you. Coming down to that VWAV. Come on. All right, there we go. Here we go. Does this make sense to what we're doing here? Is this recess? Did they say recess? There's going to be a part 2 to this? All right. Anyway. Do you understand that the combination of these trend lines or momentum trades or divergences and taking these nice little pullbacks and taking them off when your 9-3 is oversold, you don't have to deal with this pullback. When you get oversold here, you don't have to deal with that pullback. You have understanding of trend lines, 9-3, channel lines, 1-2-3 patterns. They all, it's just about waiting for it to set up for you, and then you're going to get these great setups. And all you have to do is wait for it. What did I miss? Did I miss anything? Now this came back down to that VWAP and a 9-3. I love the 9-3 VWAP combo. Guys got to be serious. I mean, I know a lot of people in the room here just talking stuff, but let's talk trading. I told the king that he couldn't come by today because it's just too busy. So that already happened there. Lem, he tried to come by. And what I always find taking those profits is so much better than keeping a trailing stop on. Over time, you make more money originally taking it off on the strength instead of letting it come back and stopping me out. That's just me. But of course, we're going into last 10 minutes, 15 minutes here. Forget about it. Day's almost over. I didn't realize that. Day's just about over here. Well, let's bring the earnings up. We got Robinhood in front of us. I want to bring down these charts over here. You can see our trades for today. I'll show you I had a couple different accounts to go in here. And I'm just focusing on, this was lunch. Nothing on during lunch, but I think it's the only time right here around 11:30. There was a couple of trades that I took back and forth that I was, but when we talk about now zeroing in on the quads, we only had a couple quads. We had a quad here. But I was at lunch. This was a 9-3 pull. Oh, that was a short up here. That was a divergent short. Up here, right here. That was a bear flag. Anyway, all right. It is what it is. Let's go to, let's take these off. Let's bring up some stocks for earnings. What do you guys want to have up here? We want Hood. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Make sure your sell order. I didn't put my sell order in yet. All right, so sell 50. I was thinking of putting it in at, what is it at? at $90, but I might put it at 80. I'm going to put it at 90. Limit. I need to make sure that it's good for outside real-time orders, and then we're going to send it out on its way. So now I have the sell order in to sell that at $90 if we get that pop up there.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
All right. What else we have? So today's Tuesday after the close. We got Hood. We got Bloom Energy. Let's bring up Bloom Energy. BE. BE. I don't have it on my screen. I'm going to have to bring it up. BE. Can't believe that's $200. All right. All right. All right. Whew. I feel better now. I got some food in me. You know, this whole food thing, I was just rant on something here. You know, growing up and going through life and, you know, whatever we're doing, there's always regulations and always recommended daily allowances. And this is 3 meals a day. Like, who came up with all that stuff? Who came up with these 3-minute? It's the craziest thing I ever heard. 3 meals a day type of thing. You know, how many calories you need. Everyone's different. And boy, I really enjoy eating when I'm hungry and not eating when I'm not hungry. And that works great for me. And I eat what works for me. I perform better on a high protein diet. I don't think vegetables are really that great for me. Even fruits sometimes irritate my stomach sometimes. The acid, you know, if I have too much fruit. So I have to be careful on all that. I'm a Viking when it comes down to it. Not like screen tan. On the food thing. Caught you. Got you before you got me there, screen tan. Got you before you got me. All right, let's see if we can pop out of this. Yeah, I think we could maybe be able to pop here. You were late. You were late. We have Mr. Land. I haven't heard Mr. Land in a bit. Let me double check him as we go into earnings here. It is.
S&P 500 buy side 912 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 618 million, Dow 30 buy side 256 million, Nasdaq buy side 496 million.
Okay. GD here, little popper at the end of the day, 312. Apple held up today pretty good. Here we go, a little pop through this. I like it. I like this going into the close. Here's the murder algo, by the way. That's the murder algo. Do you notice how the scanner gave you an update on the murder algo?
If you're behind the markets, if you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save.
I wash it all down with Coke. Hey, we're all going to go in our own way.
Brilliant deal. Come on, people.
It's funny because I get home sometimes from work late, and I feel like I don't want to go right to bed, so I'll be home at 12 o'clock sometimes. I put a lot of work in, trying to keep the station going and stuff and research and everything, and by the time sometimes I get home, it's like 12 o'clock at night. I can't just go to bed and wake up next day and go to work. It's too that would drive me crazy. I have no time for myself. So I have to hang out for about an hour or two. So I usually go outside at 12, start a fire, sit under the stars, go to the garden, headlamp on. Must look like a deranged person from my neighbors. But I remember going out when I was younger. When you're a kid, you're walking through the woods and you hear a noise, you're like scared to death, like, oh my God, something's out here, it's going to get me. What's that? Is there a serial killer there? Or something like that. As I got older, I didn't give a crap anymore. And now I'm to the point now I'll walk, I'm walking down, so I see something moving in the woods. I'm like, hopefully someone comes out after me now. Jesus, I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Come on, I'm ready for it. I need some excitement. If it's a bear, I don't care. I'm not scared of bears anymore. I'm not scared of wild dogs. I'm not scared of crazy people. I am the scary guy. I am the scary. That's right. NZ, we all become the scary guy. Why is he in the woods? Well, who's this guy in the woods? That's a good way of putting it. I remember I was me and my friend David Cooney were walking back from the reservoir up at my sister's house. It was late at night, and we're coming back fishing. We were walking on the street. It's a Titicus. It's up in North Salem, and it's very, no one's driving on that street at night. So it's way back in the woods. But it just was so dark and stuff, and we'd freak ourselves out by thinking, and you know how you could scare yourself, and then you get really scared, you just start running, and then you think something's after you. That's how we were as kids. Now it's like, I want a serial killer come out and try to do something to me. Yeah, I'd welcome that challenge. Come at me with an axe. I know exactly what I do. Kick you right in the groin, do a spinning backflip. Don't even get me going. Don't catch me on the night that I'm coming home. I'm ready. Oh, market here. Did a little rip down here, huh? A little rip down, a little drop. All right. Well, the futures is done today, but nope. I might be back here tonight. Actually, I'm driving my daughter to dance, and I'm going to come back and I'll stop at the office, do a little trading, and catch people up. I got to get people set up. If you guys want to use that lifetime coupon, use it tonight. I think it expired. You know, I made one special for you guys. I threw it in the room. You take its DTR 900. It takes 900. It's back to the original price because I promised a couple people and they called me on it today. So I've thrown it in the room one time. If you need help setting that up, email me, ironaction@yahoo.com. I'll get back to you at 6:37. That's when I'll be back in the office. And I will trade. Last night I was trading from my house. I said, I'm going to go downstairs. I was working on the scanner or something. And I was trading. It was such an easy setup for me. It was like, didn't have to be on the air. I wasn't on the air. And I was just waiting for the setup. And I took every little diversion. That's why I was up $500 this morning. That was most of it. That was from last night. I took a few trades today, but a lot of it was just from the nighttime trade. You got that deal, BB. That's the original deal. But it's no longer. It's no longer that deal. So we don't talk about it. Because now we have so much more now that comes with the membership. So it's all bundled together. I mean, the scanner itself is $250. The bots, the courses, me, every day of your life for the last 17 years. No, last, when did we start? 2007. 18, 19. My sister said, what are you going to do for your 20th anniversary at Day Trading Radio? I said, good question. I said, that's coming around the corner. That's 2027. That's 2027, right? Yes, 2027 is our 20th anniversary. So I have decided that we're going to have a blowout. Of all blowouts. That's right, Vivi. I'm telling you, I get that from everywhere. I've gotten emails from wives to see if I was real or if or is their husband's doing something crazy on the side. Or they just don't get the attention. Or a great email I got from Xtad's girlfriend a long time ago. I don't know if Xtad's listening, but man, that was a weird one. Never pays attention to me anymore. All I see is the back of his head. I said, I'm sorry. I'm down fishing the other day. Have a good day fishing, right? Geronimo and Dawid stopped by. They're coming back from the city. They're down at the Museum of Natural History, and they get dropped off at the pier. So they walk out on the pier, and I'm fishing with this guy, a friend of mine, and you know how Dawid is. He's absolutely nuts. And I'm fishing, and he's a little hyper, as he can get very hyper sometimes. And I'm telling him that, you got to chill. There's people down here. You got to chill out, Dolly. Don't be screaming and talking so loud and talking too much and asking, And next thing you know is he goes, John, here, a phone call. Or no, he goes, here, Lou's on the phone. I said, what? Lou? Like, remember Lou is on the phone? I said, why is it Lou on the phone? Here, talk to him. I said, I don't want to talk. I'm fishing. Why? And then I had to get on the phone with Lou. Hey, Lou, did Dawid call you? I said, did you call? I thought Lou called. Dawid. I said, Lou's calling you, Dawid? I mean, you guys are on like this. No, Dawid called Lou. I said, you don't call people at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night when they're eating dinner. last thing that Lou wants to do is talk to you when he has quiet. He's at his house. He puts me on the phone like it was my idea. Hey Lou, I don't know. I thought we just put the phone in my face. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, good luck everyone for the earnings. B's up here. Sorry, Lou. I hope we're right on this. I want to bring up my, if we don't get to our target, we still have
This
to.
is an audio test of the
We should
DTR
have
News channel.
we should have another backup plan. So we get another order up here, just in case. And I'll put it a little bit lower. I'll put it like at 87. There's a little pop. And I'll keep that ready in case we get that pop here. Come on, baby. Let's do this. All right. Anything else you want up on the screen? Do we have a time for Hood? Hood's going to be 405. 405. 405. Sneaking up there. It's sneaking up. Bloom Energy is going to be 420. Seagate here, 405. Most of them Visa, 405. Enphase, 405. And XPI, 410. Oh, don't forget bookings also coming out. BKNG. Thank you. 4 o'clock. That probably just got released.
So Canada lowers its base CPP contribution rate to 9.5 from 9.9%. The debt to GDP ratio 41.5% this year, rising to 41.9% in 2028. So Canada projects a 65.3 billion Canadian dollar deficit in 2026 to 2027. Previous estimate was for 65.4 billion Canadian dollars.
That's a little aggressive music there. End the day off. Now we're all riddled with anxiety. I got it.
Oscar waiting on Starbucks earnings to come through any time from now. Visa again due to be printing at 5 minutes past the hour.
Hood here at 83. Who changed my music here? Looks like someone messed with it. 83. All right, I'll check all that. It doesn't matter now, does it? Yeah, all these retarded spans on my thing here. What the hell is all this crap? All right, I want to reconnect this, but it,
Starbucks earnings are coming through now. Net revenue beat at 9.5 billion on estimates of 9.14 billion. Adjusted EPS.
oh, hood is down. Hood is down.
So international
Hood is down. B is up.
miss on the estimate of 3.04%.
Shoot.
Adjusted operating margin at 9.4%, a beat on estimate of 8.22%. China comp sales at plus 0.5%.
Let's see what happens here. Sometimes you get that drop and pop. But most likely, if you get a drop, it's a drop for a reason.
5%. And US comp sales beat at 7.1% on estimate of 3.7%. Also now seeing Visa earnings coming through. Net revenue a beat is 11.23.
Doesn't look good.
Of $10.74 billion, and adjusted EPS a beat of $3.31 on estimates of $3.10. Total Visa processed transactions at $66.1 billion, which is a miss on estimate of $66.3 billion. Seeing forward guidance for Starbucks come through now. They're seeing their fiscal year comp sales at least plus 5%. Previously, they saw at least 3%.
All right.
So that's a beat on revenue.
There it is.
Post market, Starbucks shares are up around 6.5%. Visa shares up around 1%.
Ah, shit. So Starbucks here going down. B here popping.
$3.31 for letter B Visa. The estimate was $3.10, so that's a beat for letter B
Further
Visa.
forward guidance from Starbucks, you see their fiscal year adjusted EPS of $2.25 to $2.45. The previous estimate was $2.15 to $2.40. So that is an increase in their forward guidance adjusted EPS.
Revenue of 1.07 billion. The estimate on Robinhood was 1.18 billion, so that's short of estimate for HOOD. Earnings of 38 cents. The estimate was 46 cents, so that's short on the gap number.
So they're short here on everything.
Further forward guidance from Starbucks now. You can see their fiscal year adjusted operating margin just slightly improved year over year, and their fiscal year consolidated net revenue about flat on the year.
We'll see what their conference comes out and says here. We're back down to the 200 on the hourly, but
ATEN, A10 Networks reporting 24 cents.
DE here popping. They give us a day here, see if we get a bounce on it. If not, we'll deal with it tomorrow.
That's a penny beat. Revenue 75 million. The estimate was 72.6 million, so that's a beat for Alpha Tango for November.
BE here. Nice pop on BE.
CSGP CoStar Group reported 23 cents. The
Visa
estimate
sees
was
low double-digit
18
third
cents, so
quarter
that's a
net
beat
revenue
for
growth.
PPG. PPG Industries $1.83. The estimate was $1.77. Sales of 3.93 billion. Estimate 3.849 billion. That's a beat for Papa Golf.
Seagate or STX here popping. Seagate.
FFIV F5 reporting $3.90. The estimate $3.44. Sales of 811 million. The estimate 779 million for FFIV. Company raising their full year adjusted earnings guidance to $16.25 to $16.55 per share. That's Foxtrot. India Victor. BE Bloom Energy reported 23 cents, 44 cents adjusted. For Bravo Echo, the estimate was 13 cents. So that's a beat. Revenue 751 million. The estimate 551 million. So that's a strong beat for BE Bloom Energy. Bloom Energy hitting $251 at the high. Right now, up about $20 at $246. That's Bravo Echo. Bloom Energy raising its 2026 revenue growth guidance to 80% year over year.
All right, let me get to my emails here. I got to get out of here after 5. Let me get some emails done here. Get people set up here. Some real positive comments coming out of Seagate. We believe Seagate is entering. Who said that? Shareholder capital return. I guess they're saying it. We believe Seagate is entering a new era of structural growth as AI applications amplify data creation and support sustained storage demand. Yep, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. All right, everyone. I'm going to go silent zone here unless we have any news. I'll jump back on. But I'm sitting here, but I'm going to turn my mic off so I can get some work and I could just. But I'm here standing by. If anything breaks, Race. Have you seen any short-term low-flow poppers? I mean, no. I'll keep an eye out for them. Seagate, great. I'll be back.
Shares right now at $635. $56 on STX Anti-Tango X-Ray. WDC Western Digital moving as well, $410 up about $20 on the Seagate News. That's STX. NXP Semiconductor reported $3.05.
Doko Dodo wins with a guest. That's pretty cool.
That's a beat. Revenue at $3.18 billion. Also a beat. The estimate $3.15 billion for NXPI. Remember X-Ray Pop in India.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Okay, E10 reported $1.23. The estimate on 10 was $1.31, so that's short. For Oscar Kilo Echo NDR neighbors reporting a loss of $1.54. The estimate was a loss of $2.39, so a small loss than expected. For NPR, revenue $783 million. The estimate $775 million. For November Bravo Romeo, MetLife increasing its common stock dividend by 4.4%. That's Michael Echo Tango. Unum Group reported $2.14. The estimate was $2.07. For UNM WDC, more highs now, 418.30 on Whiskey Delta Charlie. Moving with Seagate. Seagate shares up at $6.53 now at the highs of $74. That's STX. LRN Stride $1.93. The estimate on LRN was $2.13. That's short for Lima Romeo November. WBS Webster $1.50. The estimate was $1.52, so that's short for Whiskey Bravo Sandy. Robinhood shares falling, fell on their earnings report now down about $6. That's HOOD Robinhood. That's all Oscar Smith Delta.
In 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. Taking these are the weekly API stock exchange numbers. Crude oil stock change, the prior was a draw of 4.47 million. Gasoline stock change, the prior a draw of 5.165 million. Distillers, the prior was a draw of 4.59 million. And Cushing Stock Change, the prior to build of 0.678 million.
ES 1 minute. Hyperscaler long setup possible bull flag.
LXFR, Luxembourg, reported 27 cents. The estimate was 20 cents. That's a beat for the Actuary Foxtrot Romeo.
In 5 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour, so released the weekly API stock change numbers. Crude oil stock change, the prior was a draw of 4.47 million. Gasoline stock change, the prior a draw of 5.165 million. Distillate, the require was a draw of 4.59 million, and Cushing require was a build of 0.678 million.
Bitcoin, 3-minute, quad rotation sell signal.
HOOD, Robinhood off the lows now 77.25. Hotel Oscar, Oscar Delta. WDC, Western Digital, 423.15. The high now, Whiskey Delta Charlie. Seagate STX, near the high, 654.75. Up about $65 on STX. Bloom Energy off the highs to 47.87.
Shortly expecting the release of the API stock change numbers.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
RNST, President Corp said board increased the amount authorized for repurchase under stock repurchase program by $100 million. That is Romeo November Sandy Tango, RNST.
So following the close of the US markets, taking a look at the market wrap for today's session then. So stocks fell, yields rose, and oil climbed above $111, and the dollar was steady as pressure on tech weighed on sentiment. A sell-off in technology giants dragged equities lower as concerns grew over whether massive AI investments will deliver returns. This is following reports that OpenAI missed their user and sales targets, raising doubt about its ability to sustain infrastructure spending. Partners including Oracle and CoreWeave dropped, with the S&P 500 pulling back from a record and the Nasdaq 100 falling 1%. The weakness came ahead of key earnings from mega-cap names including Alphabet, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, and Apple. OpenAI pushed back on the concerns, saying that its business remains strong despite rising competition from Anthropic. Brent rose above $111 on fears of a prolonged peace process that could keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. Trump said that Iran has asked the US to lift the naval blockade during negotiations, with reports that Tehran may submit a revised proposal soon. Concerns over inflation alongside a resilient labour market are expected to keep the Fed on hold for a third straight meeting, with short-dated treasuries falling. Separately, JP Morgan CEO Diamond warned of a potential credit downturn that could be worse than expected despite strong bank earnings.
Teradyne, $2.56. The estimate on Teradyne was $2.10. That's an 8, revenue 1.28 billion. Yes, that was 1.29 billion. Shares pulling back here, down about $35 now.
So seeing the release of the weekly API stock change numbers, crude coming in at a draw of 1.79 million, gasoline a draw of 8.47 million, distillates a draw of 2.6 million, Cushing a draw of 0.82 million.
You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Let's make a big, beautiful deal, people. Come on.
EFA, EFB, Brown Forman, and Renault Ricard have big discussions about a potential business combination. That's Bravo Foxtrot Alpha, Bravo Foxtrot Beta.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
UK Downing Street says the Chancellor on the war's impact on the economy was clear that the government needs to be responsive and responsible. It says that the government needs to make targeted interventions that will not have a lasting impact on interest rates.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
connection reestablished. Multiple data connection loss. Multiple data connection reestablished.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel. This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
WH meeting mythos included policy leaders from Microsoft, Red Hat, Amazon, Google, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, CNBC reporter on X. WH meeting mythos included policy chiefs from Microsoft, Red Hat, Amazon, Google, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, CNBC reporter on X. White House meeting on mythos today produces no broad solution. CNBC reporter Seema Modi on X. Comey on indictment. I'm still innocent and unafraid. Online video.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Pentagon AI Chief Cameron Stanley confirms Department of Defense is broadening use of Google's Gemini AI model, CNBC. OpenAI, Anthropic meet with House panel on advanced AI models, Axios. OpenAI expects $8 ChatGPT subscriptions to gain traction this year. The information. OpenAI forecasts 112 million subscribers for cheaper ChatGPT Go tier this year. The information. Chile's central bank holds benchmark interest rate at 4.50%. Chile's central bank decision was unanimous. Chile central bank benchmark interest rate steady at 4.5%.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Chile's central bank. Extended Middle East conflict raises risks of sustained high oil prices.
22 range. Divergence fair.
Chile's central bank. Middle East war impact more adverse than expected in March monetary policy report. Chile's central bank. Worsening Middle East tensions raise risk of deeper inflation and global economic slowdown.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Yes, 1 minute. Hyperscaler long setup possible bull flag.
minute. Wide rotation sell signal.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Bitcoin, 5-minute, quad rotation sell signal.
State Department, monitoring with vigilance China's targeted economic pressure and recent moves affecting Panama-flagged ships. Joint statement. These moves seek to politicize maritime commerce and violate sovereignty of nations in our hemisphere. US, Bolivia, Costa Rica and other nations issued joint statement backing Panama's sovereignty, State Department. Panama Canal Authority. Transit growth to persist until Middle East issues are settled, Finance BP says.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Gold. 1 minute. Quad rotation by signal.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Goldman Sachs halts bankers' use of Anthropic's Claude in Hong Kong. FT.
Oh, divergence here. What's going on here? All right, what's going on here? Something's going on here. I don't know exactly what it is, but something's going on here. I'm just sitting down here. I was taking a little break. But I see the market here starting to run. I got a long on here. I'm about to take it off, I think. But I like this action because it's with some volume. But if anybody wants to catch me up and they know what's going on here, I'm just sitting down. I should be finding this out right now. I want to lock this down. Maybe. Yeah, let's lock it down. All right. All right, let's go to work, Johnny. Let's go to work. Time to go to work. Time to make the donuts.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Let's see what's going on here. Something's going on. Looks like the market pretty riled up here a little. After 8 o'clock. Let's get the some news on here. What happened?